Attention in the barns, this is your third and final call, Class 1, 3, and 4, Junior Angus. Third and final call, Class 1, 3, and 4. This is your second call, Class 5 and 6. Second call, Class 5 and 6, Angus.
Megan! You get to be in here today? Cool. It is? Why? It's normally a wedding? Oh, Butler. Probably. Yeah, let's get him in the ring. Not really. No anthem.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Ohio State Fair here in Columbus, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off your junior portion of the shows today, kicking off with the Angus division. Starting off your Angus show is going to be class number 1 of your cow-calf pairs born on or after January 1st of 2026. This time, we'd also like to introduce our judge today. We'd like to recognize Mr. Mitchell Udell. Mitchell and his wife, Hannah, reside in Sioux City, Iowa, with their 2 sons, Brecken and Baylor. Following his time at Iowa State University, Mitchell returned home to help manage Udell Cattle Company. Since then, he has played a key role in expanding the family's cow-calf program into one of the nation's premier purebred Angus and Simmental operations. The Udell family has been fortunate to raise cattle that have earned banners at every major national show, most recently the Supreme Champion Heifer at the North American and the National Western. They take great pride in watching those elite heifers go on to produce the next generation of champions. Mitchell has had the privilege of judging cattle at shows across the United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome our judge today, Mr. Mitchell Udell.
Well, as we set sail here in our junior show to kick off the Angus, we're going to leave these two pairs just how they came in. This pair up front, a cow that's so good looking, really square in her lines, and gets out and travels really nice on a big set of feet and legs, raising a high quality heifer calf there as well, and has a nice bag there underneath her. Nice place to start. No slouch here in second, a long-bodied, long-hipped, nice-looking kind of cow. Gives up some bone and foot size and some squareness to the cow that precedes her. Just like to square her up, maybe tidy her up down there in her bag just a little bit. Really nice set of pairs. Congratulations.
Results of Class 1 of your Junior Angus Cow-Calf Pair Show. In first place goes to entry number 275, Talon Crest Proven Q, exhibited by Caroline Adams of Cutler, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 276, TR Patsy 34, exhibited by Lily Gaylor of Greytown. Now entering the ring is class number 3 of your Junior Angus females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. Attention Simmental and percentage Simmental exhibitors. Your cattle are required to be on display in the Voinovich building. You have not been released to fit yet. Once again, Simmentals and percentage Simmental exhibitors. Your projects need to be displayed in the Voinovich building.
We get our first class of Angus heifer calves lined up out here, and there's some differences as we go, but one that hit me hard when she hit the ring, an ultra good looking, really square hipped kind of heifer that has some length and some depth and some extra foot size, a heifer I like quite a bit, a nice place to start. The young lady here in second, one that's flat-shouldered and smooth, really refined, maternal up there through her head and neck, gives up some bone and some foot size to the heifer that goes before, a little length as well, but a maternal, deep-bodied, feminine kind of female there in second. And the young lady in the pink here going to come third, one that is really round-bodied and has some muscle, just gets a little plainer in her makeup up through her front end, wants to tuck in that loin just a little bit when she's pulled the lead, but still good functional kind of cattle. Young lady here rounding us out, another one that's still maternal in her kind, just a little plainer up front, doesn't want to go as good off of her front two as those cattle that go above her. Nice class. Congrats.
Results of class number 3 of your junior female Angus calves in first place, and also your bred and owned class winner goes to entry number 278, Mears Celebrity 2604, exhibited by Ben David Mears of West Alexandria, Ohio. Second place goes entry number 279, MV Rose 269, and your second place, bred and owned, goes to Cadence Conley from Cable, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 277, CAF Proven Queen 617, and also your third place bred and owned in class was exhibited by Caroline Adams of Cutler. Fourth place to entry number 280, exhibited by Lily Gaylor. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 4 of your winner female Angus calves. First call, class 7 and 8. Angus, first call, class 7 and 8.
I'll just move my stuff. Stop. Wild times. Hey Gary, you get 5 seconds. Is it really? I'll give you some money to get me one.
Class of November females here, and the young lady in the purple is going to lead us off. One that I think in this class is just so good looking up through her front end, really chiseled there about her head and the top side of her crest, and then opens up and she's square right in behind her blade, square from her hooks back to her pins, and goes down to the surface on a big square back leg. I think both heifers have similar problem. When they're pulled to lead, neither one of them wants to reach just perfect off of their front end, but I think that one does it with some more width and squareness when you get in behind the cattle. A really maternal one here in second that's ultra deep bodied and has a nice hind leg. Just runs out of some power and some squareness when compared to that one right above her. Gets a little easier right in there behind her shoulder, but a really nice underlined, really maternal kind of female there in second. And the young lady that rounds us out, a big-bodied, wide-ended one that gets just a little pointer up there through her head and chest. Still good functional cattle. Congratulations, nice class.
Second call, class 7 and 8. Angus, second call, class 7 and 8. Your class 4 results are your winner Angus female calves in first place, and also your bred and owned class winner goes entry number 281, Sanders Dora 32N, exhibited by Cardley Sanders of Leesburg. Second place goes to entry number 283, Harris Sandy 511112, exhibited by Naomi Fennick of Coldwater. Third place, and also your second bred and owned, goes to entry number 284, Gaylor T.R. Bardo, 3568, exhibited by Lily Gaylor of Greytown. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 5 of your senior female calves, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025.
Just a single October here for the young lady, and a really deep-bodied, really maternal kind of female that has a high neck set and has some extra shape to her body when you get in on 3/4 of the cattle. When she's pulled the lead, I think she gets around the ring nice. I'd maybe like to shorten her toes up just a little bit, but a nice one. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, your third and final call, class 7 and 8 Angus, third and final call, class 7 and 8 Angus.
Hi, Lindy.
Results of class number 5 of your senior female Angus calves. In first place, entry number 285, and your first place bred and owned goes to Gaylor Patsy, 9549, exhibited by Carrie Gaylor of Greytown. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 6 of your summer yearling females, born July 1st through August 31st of 2025.
Oh, yeah, there is. Do we do third call? Okay. There's no divisions. That's why I've been like dragging my ass because I'm like, where's. I was like, where the hell's the division at? Yeah, we'll get it.
First call, class 9 and 10 Angus. First call, class 9 and 10.
Just another single here in our Angus show, but the young lady brings us a nice one with some body and some strength down her spine. Maybe just like to change how she went off either end of her skeleton. Maybe just pull her apart there when you step right behind her down low in her stifle. But good cattle, maternal in her body cavity, still has some look up front. Nice single entry.
Second call, class 9 and 10 Angus.
Second call, class 9 and 10 Angus. Second call, class 9 and 10. And your results for class number 6 of your summer yearling females. First place, and also your first place bred and owned, goes to entry number 286, CAF Missy 530, exhibited by Caroline Adams of Cutler. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females, born May 1st through June 30th of 2025.
Once again, this is your second call, class 9 and 10. Second call, class 9 and 10 Angus. Can you hear me on the viaducts? No, not sitting there. Jocelyn yesterday said she could. Okay. Staple that's sticking out. Who to fight? He had to go get me like Megan Rell. Is Cameron coming? Is Cam coming? Is she here right now? Damn it. All right. I just texted her. I was like, hey, are you here yet this morning? Just see if she can bring me a coffee. Are you on that kick now, too? You should be.
Third and final call, class 9 and 10. Angus, third and final call, class 9 and 10.
Sorry, final call 9 and 10. Did you say something about 11? I thought you did. No, not yet. So there's straight classes right to the champion reserve. Boom, next week. Oh yeah, Brett knows. Then next week. What time am I gonna be done today? Like 2? Look at this little pretty shit. It works good and it works good until you get like a class and like they're half spread nose or half, whatever five or whatever. So like the first two is like, first is first, second spread nose. You go a couple and then you're like, oh shit. Where's this one place in spread nose? This place, I think it's third then. Milkshake time yet? Milkshake time yet? Here we are. What's up? Good, good. I almost called you on Sunday. I was changing out that fucking automatic water filter. Well, you set lightning nice.
As we get this class lined up, I think there's some differences we got to sort through here. One we're going to land on to start, the young man here in the gray shirt. I think one that's moderate in her kind and really dense-bodied, ties her rib right up there to the top side of her spine. And I think when we pull the cattle to lead, she's the most comfortable. She's the most moderate, and that doesn't bother me. She's maybe a little far along in condition, but I think she's got the most genuine width and genuine shape to her body when you step behind the cattle. Has some extra foot and bone. Nice female to lead us off. A little bigger, longer one that's maybe just not quite as much my kind here in second. She's got a really nice look up front, and she's really square, dead level from hooks to pins. I'd like to change her from her shoulder to the ground, give her a little more angle to that shoulder, set her knee back, and just bulk her up a little bit from her hock to the ground, give her a little more ankle, a little more substance, but a really pretty level-spined one there in second. Young man in third, one that matches our class winner a little bit better. I think just needed to change how she went off her front end, maybe give her a few more extras to slide up on those two cattle above her, but one that I like her moderation, I like her shape to her body, nice maternal cow look there in third. Young lady here in fourth, one that's a little bigger again. She starts to flatten out, maybe not go as nice off either end of her skeleton. Need to pick her up in her loin just a little bit and set her down on that tailhead, but a nice female. Young man here in fifth, more the same, a little bit bigger framed one. Need to change her structure to move up in here. A heifer with some width and some body shape, a nice look up front. The young lady that rounds us out, one that just needs refine there in her underline, balance her out from her chest back into her flank, but one with some shape and some muscle when you step behind the cattle. Nice class. Congratulations.
I thought your one was like a 7 or a 2, and I'm like, what? Once again, class 9 and 10, Angus, you should be in the makeup arena. Class 9 and 10, you should be in the makeup arena. Hey, is this whoever staples these can go to hell. Is this 11 because it's cut off? Tim, I'm assuming this is class 11. The staples kind of screwed up, and then it's also like cut off. So I'm assuming just because everything's been straight numbered. Okay, all right. I guess I didn't think to do process of elimination. So. Good catch. First call, class 11, Angus. First call, class 11.
First call, Class 11 Angus. First call, Class 11 Angus. Getting your results from class number 7 of your spring yearling females in first place, and also your bred and owned class winner goes to tag number 288, Gaylor Highland Chanel 95, exhibited by Griffin Gaylor of Greytown. Second place, and also your second place bred and owned, goes to entry number 292, Davis Shadow 2503, exhibited by Margaret Davis of Bidwell. Third place, and your third place bred and owned goes to entry number 287, Highland Angus Katie N61, exhibited by Levi Milliken of Napoleon. Fourth place goes entry number 291, SFC Phyllis 553, exhibited by Claire Hahn of Perrysville. Fifth place, entry number 289, Gavin Ridnour. And sixth place, entry number 290, Quinn Roach. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025.
Who's the other judge with Mitchell?
We'd also like to recognize some of our sponsors for this year's 2026 Ohio State Fair here in the Beef Barn. Without these sponsors, the show wouldn't be possible. We'd also like to recognize Ringside Live. If you have friends or family that couldn't join us here in Columbus, Ohio, be sure to send them on over to ringsidelive.com, and they can also find the link on YouTube to watch the live stream for all of the junior shows. So big thanks to Ringside Live for joining us here ringside. We'd also like to recognize your makeup ring sponsor is Walton Auction Company out of Upper Sandusky, Ohio, celebrating their 75th anniversary this year. I'd also like to recognize Umbarger Show Feeds, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Fennig Show Cattle, HR Cattle Company, Transova Genetics, to St. River Angus Farms, Formula of Champions, powered by Kalmbach Feeds, and North Central Veterinary Services of Sycamore, Upper Sandusky, and Bucyrus. So big thanks again to all of our sponsors.
Well, we get this class put together, and I'm not going to lie, this heifer hit the ring, and I never really looked back. One that is really wide constructed and really dense at the ground, opens up into a big, bold rib cage, and when you step behind her, this thing is wide. I'm not here to tell anybody she's the best up there over her crest or that she's the prettiest one, but this thing is wide and has some extra foot and extra bone, one that looks like she could go out and raise one for the young lady. Congratulations. Young lady here in second has one that's a little sharper than our class winner up front. I think she gives up too much at the surface in comparison. Just a little frailer footed, a little smaller at her ankle, but one that's still a long-bodied, really maternal kind of female, going to make a nice cow. The young man has a really high presented one here in third, gives you a really nice look here on the profile. When you get in behind the cattle, she's decidedly the flattest in her stifle and closes the most from hooks to pins. Just gives up too much length and substance to those cattle that go above her, but a really nice silhouette kind of heifer there in third. The young man has a big, stout power one here in fourth, has some extra body and some length of hip and some extra bone. Need to clean her lines up just a little bit, tuck her chest back in her, smooth up her underline, maybe make her go a touch better off her front end. We get into a pair of cattle that round us out here, ones that just need more calf to compete in here. They need more body, more width, maybe like to refine the structure on either of them just a little bit as well. Good class, really nice one to lead off. Congrats.
Second call, Class 11 Angus. Second call, Class 11. Results of Class 8 of your early spring yearling Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 296, Boy Improving Queen in 541, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor. Second place, entry number 294, Highland Farm Sandy, 541, exhibited by Claire Adderholt of Loudonville. Third place, entry number 295, Bachman Forney Forever Lady, exhibited by Landon Moore of Lancaster. Fourth place, and also your bred and owned class winner, goes to entry number 297, Mere Celebrity, 2552, exhibited by Ben David Mears of West Alexandria. Fifth place, entry number 293, exhibited by Garrett Llewellyn. Sixth place goes to entry number 298, and your second place, bred and owned, CAF Lori, 525, exhibited by Richard Adams of Cutler. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females born March of 2025. Attention to the barns, it's a reminder that when exhibitors come to the makeup arena, there is one helper, one exhibitor, and one animal permitted in the makeup arena. Once again, one exhibitor, one animal, and one assistant are permitted in the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, Class 11 Angus. Third and final call, Class 11 Angus.
For bred known, you just need first and seconds in the classes back, correct?
Yeah.
It's just the first and second.
Okay. So it's like case president versus like normal honor class.
Yeah.
I have all the first.
Same from all the classes.
Okay. But the bred and owned, not all of them were the first.
Yeah. And then I. And then I.
You said 4%.
Again, we get this class lined up. The young lady is going to lead us off with the high presented heifer here. One that's so nice in her lines, tucked in at her chest and smooth in her underline. I think she's got enough width when you get in behind the cattle. I'm not going to lie, she is flatter than the two that come right behind her, but one that's got a really maternal look about her, high presented, extra foot and bone, and I think she's the most comfortable when they're pulled the lead. The young man here in second, a long spine, nice looking one, has a little udder issue going on back there, has a few extra teats, one that She is long and smooth and has a nice length of hip to her, just gives up some extras to that heifer that goes above her, but a nice female. Young man here in third, more of the same. Another long, nice looking one. Has a little extra chest, gets a little weak in there behind her blade. I think one with some body and some length as well. Young man that rounds us out. Another long, deep one. Needs to balance a little better from her chest back into her flank. Maybe go just a hair better off of her front skeleton to move up in here. Nice class. Congrats.
What do you got, Chloe?
Results of class number 9 of your early yearling Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 300, Prima, exhibited by Tori Moffett of Jamestown. Second place, entry number 301, Boy Proven Queen N530, exhibited by Callan Schrader of Continental. Third place goes entry number 302, Oak P. R.J. Carty, 537N, exhibited by Lance Briggsneeder of Arcanum. Fourth place, entry number 299, exhibited by Mason Harder of Oak Harbor. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling Angus females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Well, we get this class lined up, and I'm not going to lie to you, we've kind of been waiting on this one. Good looking, long spine, has enough width when you get behind her, travels on a big set of feet and legs with some extra flex. Really, a really good one to lead off here, dominant in this class. Young man that's second has one that's big bodied and has some extra bone. Like to lay her back there in the angle to her shoulder, maybe just refine her a little bit to move up on that one above her. And the young lady that rounds us out, one that needs to balance up just a hair better, tuck her chest in, maybe clean her up there at that crest, but I think a big bodied maternal kind of female there in third. Congratulations.
Your Class 10 results of your Junior Angus show. In first place goes entry number 305, WFSC Proven Queen, exhibited by Lily Owen of Mount Pelier. Second place, entry number 303, RJ Queen 5108N, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue. Third place, entry number 304, Maple Crest Phyllis 5040, exhibited by Natalie Adderholt of Loudonville. Now entering the ring is class number 11 of your Angus Senior Yearling females. All first and second place Angus females, please make your way into the Walt Auction Company Makeup Arena. Once again, all first and second place Angus females, please make your way into the Makeup Arena. All first and second place bred known females, please make your way into the makeup arena. All first and second place bred known Angus females, please make your way into the makeup arena. It's your final call. All first and second place Angus females to the makeup arena. Final call. All first and second place Angus females to the makeup arena.
We get this class of senior yearling Angus females lined up, and the young man in the hat's going to lead us off with one that I think can make things interesting in the end. She is good looking, really robust rib caged, and gets around the ring on a really nice set of feet and legs. If I was going to be just a little critical, maybe I'd like to see just a touch more spread back there in that udder, but I think one that from a look and balance and body standpoint and width, I think one that excels. Really nice one to lead us off. Young lady in second has one that's more moderate in her kind, really punchy through that body cavity, big boned, gets out and around the ring nice, just doesn't have enough horsepower to run with that one there ahead of her, but I think a moderate, nice kind of cow for the young lady here in second. And one in third, one that still has some body and some width and is going to make a nice functional cow. Maybe just like to loosen her up there off of her front two, maybe clean her up there in her lines, balance her out just a little bit, but a nice kind of female to go third. Congratulations.
Your Class 11 results of your senior yearling Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 308, Point of Grace Sandy, 24-24, exhibited by Logan Davis of Bidwell. Second place in your bred and owned class winner goes to entry number 306, KCC Clarent, 91-24, exhibited by Carly Kessler of Millfield. Third place, entry number 307, Maple Crest Phyllis, 41-88, exhibited by Lydia Smith of Asheville. Ben David Mears, please bring your Class 3 Angus winner to the makeup arena immediately. Ben David Mears, please bring your Class 3 winner to the makeup arena. This is your final call. All first and second place bred and owned Angus females to the makeup arena. Final call. All first and second place bred and owned Angus females to the makeup arena.
Well, it's been quite an Angus show here this morning. I think we've had quality throughout this breed from the very first class all the way back there through the big senior yearling on the end. I think there's a few standouts out here, and we'll go through and we'll touch on those. We won't talk about them all. The young lady out of Class 2 has one that's won a tough class. She had a nice second in there as well. A really sharp-lined, good-looking one we touched on in class. Maybe she could go just a little better off of her front end, but I think one that her sharpness and look deserves some recognition out here. Really nice one there out of Class 2. And then we went through some classes where there was some nice cow prospects and some depth and some maternal quality, but when this young lady here in the white shirt hit the ring, we turned up the heat just a little bit. One that has some extra mass and density, still good enough looking up front for me. One that's so wide when you get in behind the cattle, so dense at the surface, and still gets out and travels really nice around the ring. Is she as tighty shouldered or as tighty at the top of her crest as some cattle back behind her or in front of her? No, she's not. But this thing's going to make a really, really good cow for this young lady. One that I have to say is definitely in the mix out here. Nice female. Young lady here out of the next class, one that's high presented, really sharp in her lines. When you start comparing her to cattle on either side of her, I think she wants to get kind of flat there at the base of her stifle, run out a lower 1/3 in comparison to those cattle on either side of her, and maybe doesn't have as much natural spread when you start comparing her. Then you get into the young lady here out of the second to last class, and I think one that is dominant from the side. Ultra good looking up front, long spined, big hipped, one that gets out and travels on a really, really nice set of feet and legs. Really nice female there out of our second to last class. And then we got down here to our senior yearling, and the young man brought us a nice one. You get off to the side of her here, and it's hard to paint a much better picture of an Angus cow. We touched on her udder there in class. We could see her have just a touch more at this stage of the game. But I think one that when you start looking at her from the side and from a 3/4, you have to love the shape of that animal, the look she gives you straight from the side. Really, really nice one to round us out. With all that said, great Angus show. I'll go show you the couple I like. Congratulations.
Is it Lily Owen? It is.
Congratulations, your grand champion Angus female. And at class number 10 goes to tag 305, Boy WFSC Proven Queen, exhibited by Lily Owen of Mount Pelier.
Who got reserved? Who?
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Angus female goes to entry number 308, Pointed Gray Sandy 2424, exhibited by Logan Davis of Bidwell. We'd also like to thank our grand champion Angus Heifer buckle sponsor to St. River Angus Farm, and your reserve champion Angus Heifer belt buckle sponsor, the Ohio Angus Association. Attention in the barns, all purebred Simmental and percentage Simmental exhibitors, your animals are now released. Once again, all purebred and percentage Simmentals, your animals are released.
Get our bred known drive out here in the Angus, and again, there's some high quality cattle that make it back out here that these exhibitors bred and did all the work on themselves. Something to be said for that. It's sure a cool deal that they do this here at the state fair. There's one out here that was not far off there in the own show. I'll go out and show you the pair of these I like. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion bred known Angus female. Out of class number 4 goes entry 281, Sanders Dorda, 32N, exhibited by Carly Sanders of Leesburg. Congratulations, your reserve champion bred known Angus female. Out of class number 7 goes to entry number 288, Gaylord Highland Chanel 95, exhibited by Griffin Gaylord of Greytown. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors. Don't forget all champion and reserve champion females today. Please head up to the announcer's table after your photo to get a bio sheet. Once again, all champion and reserve champions today, don't forget to pick up a bio sheet at the announcer's table. Attention, Hereford exhibitors, your first call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hereford's first call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Second call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4, Hereford. Second call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Third and final call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4, Hereford. Third and final call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Third and final call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4, Hereford. Third and final call, class 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah. It's almost done. Oh, it's like it's like $1,400. It's basically, so it's an aeration system. So anytime you have an aeration system, they pretty much always put a new fan in it. So, and they always replace the motor. I mean, it's not a big deal. So, yeah, I think so. to gut it. No, he's gonna sucker all of us into it. We all kind of help each other anyway, so that's what it is. It'll it'll be Kenny, yeah. It won't really be that bad. I mean, just going with a bunch of crowbars and start. It is gonna suck. I told him, I told Morgan, I said, I'll help you replumb it. We'll just put new pecs in. It's easy. It's easy and quick. Just have to buy a shitload of fittings. Because when I did mine, we sold a lumber yard out probably 2 years ago, and this guy had like 50 rentals too. So we had a bunch of shark bites. Shark bites are just ends. Literally, you push it on the end of the pipe, connect it. You don't have to solder or anything. So he had those. I mean, I was buying them for like $20. They're like 20, anywhere from like 15 to 20 bucks, if not more, depending which one you get. I was buying them for like $2 and $3 a piece. So I stockpiled them for my house. So I still have a bunch of them left. I'll probably figure out what I don't need, and I can just give Morgan some. But to replumb a house is not hard. Yeah, that one's gonna suck. Because I know Morgan was like, well, I could probably use these cabinets. I'm like, Morgan, the way they kept this house, I don't think I'd be keeping much of anything. Like, I wouldn't even want the washer and dryer that's in there. Yeah, I'd seriously just get all new stuff. Just watch our auction. We sell that shit all the time. Yeah, yeah, it'll be fun. Megan, what are you guys gonna do with that big ass room? The one that's off the bedroom? Makes sense. Yeah, because it's not like there's any other rooms in that house. Well, yeah.
First call, Class 6 and 7 Herefords. First call, Class 6 and 7 Hereford.
We get our Hereford pairs back in here, and I think there's a few decisions you got to sort through here. The young lady leads us off, one that's got some balance and some squareness, raising a nice square kind of calf as well. Has some milk to her, maybe not ideal there in terms of her udder, but I think it looks like she's making a bunch of milk and going to raise a big stout calf. Cacao, you just like her lines and her structure. Nice place to start. A cow here in second that just gives up too much weight to this one ahead of her. Just doesn't have as much mass and as much lower third. I'd like to change her spine there, how she works out of the top side of her spine back into her tailhead. Still doing a nice job raising her calf. Nice set of pairs.
Second call, Class 6 and 7 Hereford. Second call, Class 6 and 7.
Single entry April heifer calf to kick off our Hereford heifer show. A heifer that's got some look and some gets out and travels around the ring nice when pulled to lead. Like to set her down on her tailhead and square her up in that muscle design just a little bit, but a nice female to lead us off. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 6 and 7 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 6 and 7 Hereford. Results of class number 1 of your cow-calf pairs of your junior Hereford show. In first place goes to entry number 310, CL No Limit Ruby, exhibited by Harper Bennett of Kansas, Ohio. Second place, entry number 309, MV Chloe Little Lady 28, exhibited by Kennelly Conley of Cable, Ohio. Your Class 2 results. In first place goes to entry number 311, MV Fern 268, exhibited by Kennelly Conley of Cable. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class number 3 of your junior female Hereford calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. First call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. First call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Tucker Osgard, please make your way to the Makeup Arena. Tucker Osgard to the Makeup Arena.
We worked through this class of Hereford heifer calves, and the young lady is going to lead us off here up front. One that I think just has the most balance of the three cattle. She's the best from her chest back into her flank. Her neck attaches the highest up there on top of her blade, and she's got an attractive hip and hind leg. She does give up some performance to the two cattle behind her, but I think the pieces are enough better to go ahead and sort her up. Young lady here in second has one that's kind of the middle ground. She's smooth and has some muscle. I'd like to give her a little more shape. I think she gets out and travels particularly better than the heifer in third, but still a nice kind of cow for the young lady. Young man here in third, one that just needs to go better off either end of her skeleton, have some more flex, give a little more depth from the chest back there to her flank, but I think a nice one with some width when you get in behind her. Congratulations.
Your Class 3 results of your junior female Hereford calves. In first place, and also your bred-known class winner, goes to entry number 315, Creek Follow Me 246, exhibited by Jillian Johnson of Devar. Second place in your second place bred and owned goes to entry number 314, EML Lady Peppermint P12, exhibited by Emma Lewis of Litchfield. Third place goes to entry number 312, OCC Margarita E226, exhibited by Curtis Uvanik of Xenia.
Just another single over here in the Hereford show, but I think one that is really nice kind of female. She's moderate and dense bodied, has some extra flex at the ground, one that's still good enough looking up front. Nice female here to single entry. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Second call, Class 8 and 9. Results of class number 4 of your winner Hereford female calves. In first place goes entry number 317, RCSE Nadine 541N, exhibited by Delaney Chesser of Oregania. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Hereford. First call, Class 10. First call, Class 10 Hereford.
We're going to leave these two cattle just how they came in here. The young man who's going to lead us off in the hat, I think his heifer is just a little smoother in her overall makeup, maybe a little more feminine up there from her front 1/3, gets around the ring on a nice set of feet and legs. A heifer in second that's certainly more massive. I'd just like to refine her there over her crest, give her just a little more femininity to move up on that one ahead of her. Congratulations.
Results of Class 6 of your summer yearling Hereford females. In first place goes entry number 318, JLCS 309J Montana, exhibited by Nathan Liston of Seville. Second place in your bred-known class winner goes to entry number 319, OCC Butterfly, exhibited by Tucker Oscarn of Newark. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling Hereford females born May 1st through June 30th of 2025. This is your second call, class 10, second call, class 10 Hereford.
It's 9:30.
Good class of Hereford females here, and the young lady in the yellow is going to lead us off. One that I think standing still kind of wins this class pretty handily. She's dense-bodied and long-hipped and has still a nice maternal look to her up front. When she's pulled the lead, it gets a little closer, honestly. She doesn't want to take the longest step or be the most athletic out here. But I think standing still right here off to the side, one you really have to appreciate. Nice female to lead us off. Young lady in second. Her heifer is definitely more athletic than the one ahead of her. Good looking and long spine. There's just not enough cow there today to beat the one that goes out ahead of her. But still, compare and contrast one that is better looking and longer than the one that goes out ahead of her. Young man turns the corner here in third, one that's a little more attractive hind-legged and hipped than the heifer that's going to round us out. Needs more look and balance to move up on those two cattle that go ahead of her. Young man going to turn the corner here, round us out. A heifer that's got some body and some muscle. Just need to make her more attractive at the surface and balance her up just a little bit to move up. Congratulations.
Third and final call, class 10 Hereford. Third and final call, class 10 Hereford. First call, Class 11 Hereford. First call, Class 11. Results of Class 7 of your spring yearling Hereford females. At first place goes entry number 320, WL Hartley, exhibited by Tessa Meyer of Fort Jennings. Second place, entry number 322, HMC Anna 527N, exhibited by Kira Moore of Oak Harbor. Third place in class, and your Red Known class winner goes to entry number 321, OCC Pound Cake, exhibited by Tanner Osgard of Newark. Fourth place, entry number 323, exhibited by Ben Schmucke.
Another class with some give and take, and this time I think the heifer that has a little less to her balances just a little bit better than the heifer with a touch more. She's good looking and she's long spined. I think she's really good balance from her chest back there into her rear rib and flank. She's long hipped and gets out and travels around the ring how you'd like her to. A nice one there to lead us off. The young lady here in second, one that does have a touch more body when you study her from the base of her chest back there into her flank. I think she's a little further along condition-wise than the heifer that went out ahead of her. Doesn't balance up as nice from the base of her chest back there to her flank. Wants to get a little wide when she's pulled the lead. Congratulations.
Results of Class of Ready of your early spring yearling Hereford females. In first place goes to entry number 324, Wildcat Elme Montana, exhibited by Kylie Holman of Hebron. Second place in your Bred Known class winner goes to entry number 325, MFT Nelly, exhibited by Tessa Meyer of Fort Jennings. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling Hereford females, born March of 2025. Second call, Class 11 Hereford. Second call, Class 11 Hereford.
We get this class lined up here, and I think a fairly logical one on the front end. The dark pigmented female is good looking and really well balanced. I love her length of hip, length of body, and how she gets out and travels. A really nice one to go ahead and lead off this class. Young man here in second has a really big bodied, dense kind of female. She's a little chubby, wants to get a little lower about that front end than the heifer that leads us out of here. Maybe a little wider there off of her front two, but I think a big bodied, wide ended kind of one. Young lady in third, one that gives up some balance and some depth to those cattle that go out above her, but I think one that still can park and get put together just right. She's got some extra bone and some extra foot. She's still a long-bodied kind of female, just need to clean her up in those lines to move up on those other two. And a young lady that rounds us out, one we need to set down in her tail head and balance her up just a little bit better. But I think a good class of Hereford heifers, really good one on the front end. Congratulations.
For the last call for Class A1. I'll give you mine. Sorry.
Third and final call, Class 11 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 11 Hereford. This is your first call. All first and second place Hereford females to the makeup arena. First call, all first and second place, as well as bred and owned Hereford females to the makeup arena.
Class 11 was last time, so we have the first call. But she should be on. Hereford, we have 2 left in the second.
Second call, all first and place Hereford females to the makeup arena. For second call, all first and second place Hereford females, including bred and owns, to the makeup arena.
We get this class lined up, and the young man in the blue is going to lead us off. A heifer that's really good in her line. She's really leveled down her top line. I think her neck sits high enough, and she's certainly still attractive and maternal from the point of her shoulder forward. I love the length and squareness of her hip. She's got some extra bone and substance when you study her down low. Still balances well from her chest back there into her flank. She's starting to develop just a little bit of udder back there, and it looks pretty nice from this vantage point. It's a nice one to lead us off. The young lady in the purple here is going to go second, one that's got some look and some balance and some softness about her. She gets pulled to lead, and I think she's comfortable, more comfortable than the cattle that come right behind her. Maybe gives up some length and some mass, but I think one that when we pull the cattle to lead, she's just the next most comfortable to our class winner. Young man in third, a deep-bodied, well-balanced one, just gets a little flatter in her kind, not quite as nice off of her front end as that heifer that precedes her. Young lady coming forth, not having a very cooperative partner here, one that wants to get a little straight-fronted, maybe roll up in that spine just a little bit, not quite as in balance as those cattle that precede her. Young lady coming next, one that's more the same. I'd like to change this one off either end of her skeleton, give her a little more flex off either end. She's still a female with some shape to her muscle and some shape to the middle part of her body. Nice female there. Young lady in the red stripes here coming next, one that's moderate in her kind and dense in her body. She handles her feet and legs and her spine just a hair better than the heifer that's going to round us out. Still cattle with some muscle and some shape to them. Nice class. Congratulations.
Third and final call, all first and second place Hereford females to the makeup arena. Third and final call, all first and second place Hereford females, including bred and owned, to the makeup arena. Your Class 9 results, your early yearling Hereford females in first place, and also your bred and owned class winner goes to entry number 328, RCSC Natalie 534N, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregonia, Ohio. Second place, entry number 327, Wildcat Lyric 5069, exhibited by Gage Hall of Asheville. Third place, entry number 329, Ramsey Lamb Hartley 50, exhibited by Kennelly Conley of Cable. Fourth place, entry number 326, exhibited by Riley Uvanik of Xenia. Your Class 10 results of your junior yearling Hereford females. In first place, entry number 334, J-Boy Harley Jojo 551N, exhibited by Callan Schrader of Continental. Second place, entry number 336, RCSC Nyla 548N, exhibited by Sophia Stitzline of Glenmont. Third place in class, and your bred and owned class winner goes to entry number 333, Pew Miss Callie PN24, exhibited by Coy Ellington of Louisville. Fourth place, entry number 330, exhibited by Kylie Holman. Fifth place, entry number 331, exhibited by Natalie Liston of Seville. Sixth place, entry number 332, Emma Lewis. And seventh place, entry number 335, exhibited by Curtis Uvanik. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your senior yearling Hereford females, born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
Get this class of senior yearling Hereford females lined up, and I think a fairly dominant winner here on the front end for me. I love her length, her squareness, her look up front. She's so smooth when you step to a 3/4 of this female, and then the young man pulls her to lead, and she gets out and goes how you want. You get right on them, and this thing's got some shape over her back and some width down low at her stifle. Nice female here to lead us off. Young man going to go second. One that just looks like a cow. She's got some width and some shape to her body. She's starting to make a little udder. I'd like to spread her teats out just a little bit. It wants to get a little harsh in that loin comparatively to the heifer that goes above her, but I like her length and her look and her balance when she gets her out and goes. Moderate female here in third, one that still, I like her balance and her body. She just needs more horsepower to move up on those two cattle above her, but still a well-balanced, nice structured kind of female there in third. Young lady coming here in fourth has one that's really big-bodied and has some extra hip, gets a little frail at the surface, a little plainer up front comparatively to those cattle that go above her, but still a nice kind of cow here going out. Young man turning the corner next, one that just gives up some body and some balance to the cattle that go above her. Like to see her use her hip and her hind leg just a little better to move up on any of those cattle that are above her. And the young lady that rounds us out, a heifer with some density, just need to change her structurally off either end to move her up in here. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
Is Lauren Mitch or Mitch, whatever it's scratch?
A single August to round us out here in the Hereford show, and a moderate frame female that's starting to build a nice udder back there. One that's really smooth in her kind and gets out and travels nice. Maybe doesn't have a ton of the extras that some class winners before have had, but a really functional, nice kind of cow for the young lady. Congratulations.
Results of Class 11 of your senior yearling Hereford females. In first place goes to entry number 340, Double ML Medusa 9M, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Second place, entry number 342, JB2 Laning J29, exhibited by Quinn Van Horn of Malta. Third place in your Bred-Known class winner goes to entry number 338, Creek Steadfast 246 Olivia, exhibited by Jillian Johnson of Navarre. Fourth place, entry number 337, exhibited by Lauren Mitch of Thompson. Fifth place, entry number 339, exhibited by Trip Oscar. Sixth place, and your second place Bred-Known goes to entry number 341, exhibited by Harper Bennett of Kansas, Ohio. Your Class 12 results: in first place, entry number 344, Creek Roller 701 Lily, exhibited by Evelyn Johnson of Navarre. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Hereford female.
I'm gonna start calling two, three, and four.
First call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Simmentals, first call, Class 2, 3, and 4.
Richard Barnes, first call, class 2, 3, and 4. Junior Simmons, first call, class 2, 3, and 4.
Again, a really solid breed here. Been lots of quality throughout this breed, throughout the Herefords here. I think it comes down to a few head in my mind, and I think the first one in the line here that kind of starts us off is the gentleman in the cowboy hat with his fallborn there. She is a really dense-bodied, big-boned kind of female. She's low to the ground. I like her look, and when she's pulled the lead, I think she's really comfortable. You know, is she as smooth-shouldered or as tidy as some other cattle in this lineup? I don't know if she is, but I really like her kind. The moderation, the density, the width down low. Nice female. The young lady next in line has a dense, really well-presented one. We talked about her in class. Maybe she doesn't just get out and travel quite as nice as we'd like to see her be just a little more athletic. But I think one that you have to touch on out here, so wide and well presented, really striking when she hits the ring. Then the young lady comes out of the next class with a good-looking, really well-balanced one. I don't know if she has enough mass to compete in this group. Like her structure, like her lines, nice balanced kind of female. And then we got into this March female, one that I think is pretty commanding out here. Good looking, really well balanced, really striking when you get off to the side of her. Really big boned and soft legged when pulled to lead. Really love her length and her spread when you get right in behind that heifer. Nice female. Young man's January coming next. We touched on her in class too. So smooth, really nice about her hip and like her feet when you get up on her. One that I don't know if she has as much natural shape as a couple other cattle in this lineup, but I think one that is still a really well-balanced, smooth kind of package there out of that January class. Young man here with our first senior yearling, one that, again, love her hip, love her structure, length, and her smoothness. She's starting to push a little brisket. I don't think for her age that's any sort of big deal. Starting to build a nice little udder there back in her rear flank, too. One that when she's pulled the lead, she excels there. Nice female out of that class. And the young lady's August that rounds us out. Nice cow. Maybe doesn't have the extras of a few of these up here in front of her. But with all that, congratulations to all the Hereford exhibitors. I'll pick you a couple of champions. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion Hereford female goes to tag 328 RCSA Natalie 534N, exhibited by Delaney Chesser of Oregonia, Ohio. That was also your bred and owned champion. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Hereford female. And at class number 4 goes to tag 317 RCSC Nadine 541N, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregonia. Second call, Class 2, 3, and 4, Junior Simmental. Second call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4, Simmental's third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4.
Get our bred and owned Hereford lineup out here. And our heifer that wins was our champion bred and owned, so we're just going to pick a reserve here. I think lots of solid options out here. I think I got one picked out that suits me. Congrats to these kids for breeding their Hereford heifers and bringing them back to the show. I'll show you which one's your reserve bred and owned. Congratulations.
Class 8.
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion, bred and owned Hereford female out of class number 8, goes to entry 325, MFT Nellie, exhibited by Tessa Meyer of Fort Jennings. Zane Zweifel, please make your way into the makeup arena. Zane Zweifel, please make your way into the makeup arena. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring.
Is that for both the...
Attention all Simmental exhibitors, including purebred and percentages. The top 5 bred and owned females will be picked. Once again, the top 5 bred and owned females will be picked for both the purebred and the percentage Simmental shows. Attention to the barns. Hereford release papers will be available in the show office. Hereford release papers, once again, will be available in the show office.
Just purebreds. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Bye. Hey, class 2, Zane Zweifel, scratch. shake? Huh? I don't know. I got 3 classes here. Let's do it, Jocelyn.
First call, Class 5 Simmentals. First call, Class 5.
That's for all breeds.
Don't forget bred-owned exhibitors. If you are a champion or reserve champion for your respective breed, we will be selecting a Supreme Bred and Owned Session 1 female at the conclusion of the percentage Simmentals. Once again, all champion and reserve champion bred and owned females, we will be selecting a Supreme Bred and Owned female at the conclusion of the percent Simmies.
First class of purebred Simmentals here, and the young lady in the blue is going to lead us off. One that I think in terms of balance and structure and holding their top line together on the move how you like, kind of dominates this class. She's not as good looking, not as high-eared or thin-headed as the one that's in second, but I think in terms of balance and spine and how they use their feet and legs, she kind of has to be the winner. The young lady with the baldy has a long-bodied, really nice necked and headed kind of female. She wants to get up in the middle of her spine just a little bit, maybe not get off of her front skeleton quite how we like, but nice class. Congratulations.
Results at Class 2 of your spring female calves of your Simmental show. In first place goes to entry number 347, Berry Sisters Jayla 3, exhibited by Brooklyn Berry of Mount Vernon. Second place, and also your second place bred known, goes to entry number 345, Lily's Lady Hitman 318P, exhibited by Lily Gaylor of Greytown. Now entering the ring is class number 3 of your junior female calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. Second call, Class 5 Simmentals. Second call, Class 5 Simmentals. First call, Class 6 and 7 Simmentals. First call, Class 6 and 7.
A pair of heifers in this class that I think contrast each other quite a bit. The young lady is going to lead off with a heifer that's got a ton of center body shape, a lot of extra foot when you study them at the surface. She wants to pick up in that tail head, maybe rock up there right behind her blade as well when she gets pulled to lead. Really nice looking, really attractive when you step to the side of them. Young man in second has one that gets a little plainer up there about her head and her neck, wants to get a little coarser about the top side of her blade, maybe a little low in terms of her pin set, but one that's big-bodied and long-sided, nice kind of cow. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 5 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 5 Simmentals. Your second call, Class 6 and 7. Second call, Class 6 and 7. Results of Class 3 of your junior female Simmental calves. In first place, and also your bred known class winner, goes to entry number 348, Nyla, exhibited by Madison Young of Belmont. Second place goes to entry number 350, FSCI Gemstone P5091, exhibited by Jake Reed of St. Paris. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 4 of your winner female calves, born November 1st through December 31st of 2025.
I've done third call for class 5. I've also done second call for 6 and 7. On the tank spray, cool it off. That's what he just said. Victor's just looking out for the chicken. Maybe if he feels no one's going, he can pay. What? But it does keep the sun off you. I'll wear oh yeah, I'll wear like long sleeve PFG shirts to work outside. Yeah, but not I mean not like collared cotton shirts. Yeah. 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 Oh my god.
get this class of purebreds lined up, and the young man's going to lead us off. One, when you get to this angle of this female, she is absolutely awesome to study from the side. Her neck's high and thin. She gets around the ring awesome. One that balances up so nice from her chest back there into her flank. Got a lot of length of body and length of hip. She's not the widest female in the world, but I think she's got enough here in this stage of development. One that is a little stouter is here in second. She's got a little more shape to her body, a little more shape back there through her hooks and pins and down in her stifle. Maybe doesn't get out and handle her shoulder quite as nice, wants to break in behind her blade, roll up there out of the point of her shoulder just a little bit when they're pulled to lead. The young man has a big, stout, maternal one here in third. Lots of body, lots of width. Wants to pick up in that tail head. Maybe not get off of her front too quite as nice as those cattle that go above her, but one that's still got some quality maternal look to her there going out third. And a couple cattle that round us out here that just start to get a little shallower in their kind. Don't have as much to them. Cattle I'd like to fix their structure just a little bit to let them move up. The young lady that's fourth just has a little better look than the one there that rounds us out. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 6 and 7 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 6 and 7. First call, Class 8 and 9. First call, Class 8 and 9 Simmentals. First call, Class 8 and 9 Simmentals. First call, Class 8 and 9. Your Class 4 results of your Simmental show. In first place goes to entry number 353, Frontier Miss Vicky, 396, exhibited by Wyatt Llewellyn of Adamsville. Second place, entry number 352, SSF Victoria, S52N, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Third place goes to entry number 356, QAVH Amber, exhibited by Quinn Van Horn of Malta. Fourth place, entry number 355, Alyssa Beal. Fifth place, entry number 351, Lacey Reed. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 5 of your senior female Simmental calves, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025. Second call, Class 8 and 9 Simmental. Second call, Class 8 and 9.
We get this class of purebreds lined up, and I think there's give and take on these front two heifers. The young man in the hat's going to lead us off. I think when you step behind the cattle, this heifer excels the class in terms of shape to her body, having some shape to her muscle, and then I think when we pull them to lead, she's the most comfortable. I think she goes with the most comfort at her hock. She particularly reaches the best off of her front two. Is she as tighty-chested and neat looking as the heifer in second? No, she's not. The heifer in second is really crisp in her lines, really nice and deep in her body, and uniform from her chest back in her flank. I think she wants to get just a little tight out of either end of her skeleton and flatten just a hair in comparison to the heifer that goes above her. But a nice pair of cattle to lead off this class. The young lady in third, one that's just too flat-ribbed for me, wants to cave in front of her hook bone, not have much shape down the lower part of her body. She's a big-boned kind of female that has some extra foot and substance to her leg, gets a little low tine and a little flat out here to move up. And the young lady that rounds us out, a nice-looking one that's long-bodied, just not enough calf there to move up in this group. Congratulations.
Results of Class 5 of your senior female calves of your Simmental show. In first place goes to entry number 360. And also your bred-known class winner, WVHBC Tinkerbell, exhibited by William Van Horn of Malta. Second place goes to entry number 361, Lazy H King Queen, exhibited by Alyssa Beal of Whipple. Third place, entry number 359, Ella's Knockout 103N, exhibited by Lily Gaylor. And fourth place, entry number 357, exhibited by Elena Beal. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 6 of your summer yearling females, born July 1st through August 31st of 2025. Your third and final call, Class 8 and 9 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 8 and 9.
Just a single out here in this class, but one I think deserves some attention. A really nice looking, long spine, square ended kind of female that gets around the ring really nice on a really big set of square feet and legs. A heifer that's maybe not the deepest in terms of body, but I still think she balances up nice. Really square, big footed one there. Nice single entry.
Your Class 6 results. In first place goes to entry number 362, OHL Newberry 562, 2N, exhibited by Annabelle Berry of Mount Vernon. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females, born May 1st through June 30th of 2025.
Well, certainly some hills and valleys to work through in here. The young man kind of works his way up in here with one that, yeah, I'd like to balance her up just a little different from her chest back in her flank. But I thought of the two stouter cattle up front that handle their spine well. I thought she was more flexible at the ground. She got out and stayed within her skeleton just a little bit better than the young lady who comes in second. Young lady in second has another wide-ended one that gives you, it's really square when you get up on them. Wants to swim just a little bit there out of her front two, maybe not as much comfort there in her rear pastern as well. Then we get into a big baldy female here in third, one that doesn't balance up as nice or have as much squareness right in behind her blade as those cattle. Wants to push a little extra chest, maybe a little straight from the point of her shoulder there to the ground. Young lady that rounds us out, one that just kind of runs out of horsepower in here, needs to have a little more to her to move up on those cattle that go above her. Nice class. Congratulations.
First call, Class 10 Simmentals. First call, Class 10. Results of Class 7 of your spring yearling Simmental feed bales. In first place, entry number 365, Herstone Charlotte, exhibited by Porter Beck of Edison, Ohio. Second place, entry number 363, Herstone Natalie and 30, exhibited by Maddie Dunham of St. Paris. Third place, entry number 367, JCCO Hoya Rena 220N, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Fourth place, entry number 366, exhibited by Harper Motts of Louisville. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females, born April 2025.
Again, another class we're working through, and there's some differences out here in these cattle. The young man in the red's going to lead off, one that hooks up really nice up there behind her blade and has some width out her hooks to pins and stays wide all the way to the ground. I'm not sure she's perfect structured when we pull her to lead, but I think one that gets around the ring adequately enough for the muscle and substance she brings us in this class. The white-footed female here that's going to go second, one that's got a ton of body shape and lots of width when you get in behind her. I think she's comfortable when she's pulled to the lead, has a really maternal kind of cow look to her there when he gets her propped up and parked. Same can be said about the young lady here in third, one that's just a little flatter in her kind, wants to just run out of shape over the middle part of her body and down there low in her stifle. A heifer that travels nice out around the ring, a nice kind of cow prospect. The young lady in fourth here, a heifer with lots of muscle, wants to get straighter off either end of her skeleton, rock up there in her tail head and drop her loin just a little bit when she's pulled the lead. Just need to make her go a little. Young lady there that rounds us out. Want heifer that has a nice look and some squareness. Need to improve her joint work just a little bit to move her up in there. Nice class. Congrats.
Second call, Class 10 Simmentals. Second call, Class 10 Simmentals. Results of Class 8 of your early spring yearling females. In first place, entry number 368. N183, exhibited by Blake Halsworth of Chillicothe. Second place, entry number 372. RHC Time to Shine, exhibited by Bryson Dean of Washington Courthouse. Third place, entry number 369, Wilma 4N, exhibited by Bellamy Ellington of Louisville. Fourth place, entry number 371, exhibited by Hadley Held. In fifth place, entry number 370, exhibited by Piper Heil. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females born March of 2025. This is your first call, Class 11 Simmentals. First call, Class 11 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 10. Third and final call, Class 10.
Well, if anybody quit paying attention over the last few classes, you might want to just come back to the ring and see this one. Pretty impressive animal here to lead off this class. She's wide, she's big at the ground, and she gets out and goes how you want them to. Still really nice looking up there through her front end. Really, really good one to lead off this class. Young man in second brings us a nice one from the side. A nice patterned, loose structured kind of female that has some center. Runs out of horsepower to get up there with that one above her. But still, I like her lines and I like her motion. Nice female in second. Young lady in third, a really maternal, nice-bodied kind of female that has some length of hip. Like to make her a little more extended to move up on that one that's in second. But I think still a good kind of cattle with some body and some shape. And a young lady that rounds us out. Like to rock her back there at her knee and shoulder, and give her a little more look up front, but stays maternal, has a lot of shape down low, nice body cavity, really good class of 4 heifers, elite one on the front end. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 11 Simmentals. Second call, Class 11 Simmentals. First call for all first and second place Simmentals. First call, all first and second place Simmentals, including all bred and owned contestants. Your Class 9 results, your early yearling females. In first place is entry number 373, SNS Nadia 5038N, exhibited by Addison Finnick of Coldwater. Second place is entry number 375, and also your bred known class winner, H&R Black Satin 312N, exhibited by Caden Roberts of Cumberland. Third place, entry number 376, H&R Black Satin 308N, exhibited by Reagan Witten of Lowell. In fourth place, entry number 374, exhibited by Abby Holball. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2025. Third and final call, Class 11 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 11 Simmentals. It's your second call, all first and second place Simmental females. Second call, all first and second place Simmental females.
How old do you think he is? 33. I got shit. Yeah. He's got like a little over a year on him. Yeah. Got full over. I thought he was. I've heard of Maddie Udell. I thought that was his daughter. I honest to God, I thought he was in his like late 30s. And it's like, no, Maddie's my sister. He said they got 950 cows. Yeah, nuts.
Third and final call, all first and second place Simmental females. Third and final call, all first and second place Simmental females to the makeup arena. This is your third call, all bred and owned Simmental females to the makeup arena. Third call, all bred and owned Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Well, on the front end of this one, we have two heifers that just couldn't get much different in their type and kind. The young lady who's going to lead us off here in the blue, one that I'm just more comfortable when we pull the cattle to lead. I think she gets out and flexes really nice. She's got a really maternal cow look to her. I'm not going to tell you she's as pretty and thin-necked as the one that comes in second. I'm just more comfortable with her joint work and her tail, how her tailhead and loins sit in her than this heifer who comes in second. The one in second has a ton of presence. She's awesome up there through her head and neck. She attaches great. One that gets a little washed out there in her forerib, cuts up there in her twist just a little bit and wants to come apart in her tailhead when she's pulled the lead. Or a little bigger statured kind of heifer with a lot of look, a nice second place. Young man here in third. When they initially hit the ring, I like the kind of this heifer. She's wide and dense and has extra bone, still has a nice look. She just needs to go a touch better off either end to be more competitive with those two above her. Need to see her just keep her feet inside her body wall a little bit better than what she does. Young lady here in fourth, a really maternal, long-bodied, square-ended kind of one. Just needs to have a few more extras to move up on those cattle above her. Maybe just extend her out and give her some more bone. Young lady that comes next, an extended, high-necked kind of female, wants to get pretty uncoordinated off of her front end, like to tuck her in there at her chest just a little bit, make her just balance up a little nicer. Same can be said about the next young lady, one that's just a little chubby, has a little extra condition, pushing some chest and rocking up in that tailhead, but a big-footed, dense-made kind of female. And the young lady who rounds us out, a really sharp-necked one, that still has some look up front, wants to wash out in that loin, not have enough cow there from her shoulders back. Really good class. Congratulations.
2 October, 2 September.
Results at Class 10 of your Junior Simmental Show. In first place goes to entry number 378, and also your Bred Known Class winner, K.A. Blackstar and 40, exhibited by Callie Adderholt of Jeromesville. Second place, entry number 381, TJSC Knockout 19N, exhibited by Piper Shepherd of Napoleon. Third place, entry number 380, CKG American Made, exhibited by Cooper Hunt of Greenville. Fourth place, entry number 377, exhibited by Adeline Bowie. Fifth place, entry number 382, exhibited by Abby Woolball. Sixth place, entry number 383, Emily Jones. Seventh place, entry number 379, exhibited by Cameron Summerfield. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your seniors yearling females, born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
Well, as we get these three senior yearlings lined up, the young lady in the pink is going to lead us off with one that's really square built, has lots of extra foot and circumference down there around her ankle, lots of bone and width and mass to this female. One that she is starting to build an udder. Maybe we could spread those teats out just a little bit, but I think she's clearly pregnant and starting to build an udder, so we have to appreciate that about that female. The young lady here in second has one that maybe has that teat spread, really maternal in her look, just doesn't come to us with some of the extra power and mass and foot size that one that goes ahead of her has. Still a really nice one there in second. The same can be said about the red female going to round us out. I think she's the furthest along in terms of condition, one that has the least udder of the three out here. Need to see her just go touch better off her front end to move up. Nice class of senior yearlings.
Results of Class 11 of your senior yearling females. In first place, entry number 387, KNSC Cotton Candy, exhibited by Claire Nichols of Sycamore. Second place, entry number 384, Lazy H Spice Cake, exhibited by Elena Beal of Whipple. Third place, entry number 388, WVH Marvelous, exhibited by Jace Van Horn of Malta. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Simmental Female. All bred and owned Simmental females, please report to the makeup arena. We are going to be selecting a top 5 bred and owned female. Once again, all Simmental bred and owned females, please report to the makeup arena.
Well, what an excellent Simmental show we've had here. Tons of quality. You know, the young lady who wins the first class up here has one that you really like this heifer's feet, and you like how she handles her spine, and she has some body to her. A really nice one, has some presence. I'm not going to tell you that one's razor blade necked up there up front, but it's good enough. It ties high, and she gets out, and she looks like a lady. Next one, a nice looking one, rocks up in her tailhead just a little bit, cuts up there in her twist, wants to get just a little awkward in how she handles her loin and tailhead. We get into class 3 here, and I think we have a heifer maybe that presents a problem. I mean, she's a little different than some of the others. She's really good looking, really long spined, and gets out and travels really nice. When you step behind the cattle, she may be not as wide as some of the others as we've gravitated to today, but I think one that has lots of positives, flat shouldered, awesome looking, really, really bendy when you pull her to lead. Young man coming next, a really nice kind of cow with some body shape, gets a little extra tailhead and a little extra chest, but I think a nice brood cow for the young man. Then we get into our red one here, the August, one that's huge-ended, really, really stout, big-footed. This thing has an awesome set of feet on her. Maybe not the deepest heifer out here, maybe doesn't balance up quite like some of the other ones, but I think her shape and her cage and her feet are enough to keep her in the conversation out here in this breed drive. Nice kind of female. Young man coming next here has one that won a class. She was just the sounder of the two stout ones. Still a maternal kind of look to her. Make a nice cow for the young man. More of the same here out of the next class. The young man in the red shirt. One that's wide-ended and has some cage. Maybe just gets a little shallower there in that body cavity than some of the others, but a nice one in her own right. Young lady in the green, her heifer's ready for war out here. This thing's awesome. There's not much else to say about her. Really, really good one there out of that class. And the young lady in the blue here that won the second to last class, a really smooth, maternal kind of female. She's not super exotic up front, but I don't think she has to be. I think it matches her. She's flat, she's smooth, she's sound. One that just doesn't have a lot of problems when you start studying the cattle. Young lady that wins that senior yearling class, a really big-ended, big-boned, stout-featured kind of one. One that maybe has a little extra chest and is a little close-teated, but I think a really, really stout-featured one with lots of extras. Not a really big hole in that heifer, just a few minor things to pick on. With all that said, I think everybody probably knows where I'm going for my champion, and I got to do some sorting for reserve. Congratulations to all you Simmental exhibitors. Young lady in the green, you're the champ.
Congratulations, your grand champion Simmental female out of class number 9. Goods to entry 373 SNS Nadia 5038N, exhibited by Addison Fennick of Coldwater. Attention to the barns, first call, class 1, 2, and 3. Percentage Simmental's first call, class 1, 2, and 3.
Who was that?
Congratulations, your reserve grand champion. Simmental female on the class number 4 goes to entry 353. Frontier Miss Vicky 396, exhibited by Wyatt Dwallen of Adamsville. Attention all of our bred and owned exhibitors, don't forget we will be picking a supreme bred and owned female at the conclusion of the Percentage Simmental show.
Well, as we get our Simmental lineup for the Bred and Owned show back in here, I mean, it's no secret there's a heifer in this lineup that was pretty close there in the Owned show. I think I'll go show you your champion, and we're picking 5 in the Simmental breed, so we'll show you the top 5. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your champion bred and owned female of your Simmental show goes to entry number 378, K.A. Blackstar N40, exhibited by Callie Adderholt of Jeromesville. Your reserve champion bred and owned female of your Simmental show goes to entry number 347, Berry Sisters Jayla 3, exhibited by Brooklyn Berry of Mount Vernon. Third over, all bred and owned Simmental female and a class number 9 goes to entry 375, H&R Black Satin 312N, exhibited by Caden Roberts. Fourth overall, bred and owned Simmental female out of class number 5 goes to entry 360, WVHBC Tinkerbell, exhibited by William Van Horn. And your fifth overall, bred and owned Simmental female out of class number 2 goes to entry 345, Lily's Lady Hitman 318P, exhibited by Lily Gaylor. Congratulations once again to all of our purebred Simmental exhibitors. This is your second call, Class 1, 2, and 3. Percentage Simmental's second call, Class 1, 2, and 3.
back to work now? No. Third and final call, class 1, 2, and 3, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, class 1, 2, and 3.
Third and final call, class 1, 2, and 3, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, class 1, 2, and 3.
Zane. Forgot to shut that off. I was gonna say let's do first call 4 and 5.
First call, class 4 and 5, percentage Simmentals. First call, class 4 and 5.
First call, class 4 and 5, percentage Simmentals. First call, class 4 and 5.
Second call, Class 4 and 5, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 4 and 5.
Really stout cow-calf pair to kick off our percentage show. Both mother and daughter have lots of width and spring to them, lots of power and good look to these two. We could refine their structure just a little bit, make them go a little easier. Nice udder there on the cow. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 4 and 5, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 4 and 5.
Two March heifer calves. The young lady with the bald face female is going to lead off. One that's so crisp in her line, so good looking up front, and then balances up really nice from her chest back in her flank and gets around the ring on a nice set of running gear. Really nice little heifer calf. Young lady here in second has one with lots of muscle and shape. Just not as nice in her lines, not as crisp in that top line, not as just chiseled up there about her crest and her underside of her jaw, but still a wide-ended, big bone kind of female with some quality. Congratulations.
Results of Class 2 of your spring females of your junior percentage Simmentals. In first place, and also your bred-known winner, goes at tag number 390, Lena Macy, 159P, exhibited by Avery Heifer of Johnstown. Second place goes to entry number 391, Lily's Rose Oracle, 316P, exhibited by Carrie Gaylor of Greytown. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 3 of your junior females born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. First call, Class 7, percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 7. Once again, to our bred and owned exhibitors, we will be selecting a supreme champion bred and owned female at the conclusion of the percentage Simmental female show.
Huh? What one? What one do you want? That one? Okay. That one.
some differences in maturity and size and condition and where, hair and stuff like that in here. The young lady that's going to lead us off, one that's awesome looking up front, really lays in her shoulder nice and gets around the ring on a really good set of feet and legs. I like her added performance, her length, and her length of hip. Nice female to lead us off. Young lady here in the pink in second, one that's really round-bodied, nice on her feet and legs. Just, I don't know if she has enough length when compared to that other one, if she's going to be just long enough and growthy enough in the end, but a nice female right now, nice rib cage, nice feet and legs. Another big growthy one here, I'd like to see her handle her spine just a little bit better and maybe get off those front two just a hair nicer, but I think one that does have some performance and some bone and some length. Young lady turns the corner next with the brown tinged heifer, one that's really smooth and flat about her shoulder. Just need more cow there to move up in this group. And the young lady with the red one, need to refine the joint work, lengthen her out just a little bit, but a wide-ended kind of female to round us out. Congratulations.
Here, I'll send you these. These are the house photos that we were going to use on like the website. Well, I took them after, like right after the auction, and then Morgan. Yeah, I kind of threw Morgan a bone on this one. Here, that's where they start. So just send whatever you want to you. I mean, there's the whole house is photoed in there. That's all right. Second call, class 7, percentage Simmental. Second call, class 7.
Second call, Class 7, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 7.
Again, we get this first class of fallborns lined up, and the young lady in the blue shirt here is going to lead us off. A heifer that's really nice in her line. She's really high tying and deep bodied. Gets around the ring on a good set of feet and legs. I'm not going to tell you that's the widest ended, most shapely kind of female in the world, but I really like her maternal look from the side. Nice place to start. Young lady here in second has one with some body shape and some muscle. Just needs more extras to move up on that female. More look, maybe handle the middle part of her spine just a little bit better, but still a shapely, wide-ended kind of female that'll make a nice cow.
Third and final call, Class 7, percentage Simmental's third and final call, Class 7. Your first call, Class 8 and 9, percentage Simmental's first call, Class 8 and 9. Results of Class 3 of your junior percentage Simmental show. In first place goes to entry number 393, Barbie, exhibited by Emma Hare of Lindsay, Ohio. Second place in your Brit-known class winner goes to entry number 392, MVA Indy 270, exhibited by Kennelly Conley of Cable. Third place, and also your second place Brit-known, goes to entry number 395, Heil Miss Presley 2P, exhibited by Piper Heil of Adamsville. Fourth place goes to entry number 396, exhibited by Emma Lewis of Litchfield. Fifth place, entry number 394, exhibited by Avery Young of Belmont. Your Class 4 results of your winner females. In first place goes to entry number 398, Pearl 21N, exhibited by Kate Liggett of Denison. Second place, entry number 397, MS Kincaid Miss Carmen, exhibited by Cameron Summerfield of Dresden. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 5 of your senior females, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025.
so much sense. Gary said that this morning. He's like, God, I could use another fridge thing. I'm like, yes.
Have you ever heard that? People call Diet Coke fridge cigarette.
Fridge sig. Yeah.
Fridge cig.
I saw a sweater. It had like a cat holding one. Give me a fridge sig.
Kind of like the idea that Coke or like fridge cigarette. It's like a
What, did you send like every photo to your?
I did.
Hey, are those? So I just put the.
They don't look any better. I do. I do. I think they have the best.
Maybe you got them already. I know you're a professional photographer, and these aren't professional photos, but are they that bad?
You know, sometimes when you're judging, you kind of get lucky and someone shows one that's just your speed. The young man here that's going to lead this class off did just that. One that is wide, one that's good looking. She's long, she's square, travels around the ring nice. She's being a little pushy here on her way out, but that thing showed like a dream up until this point. Really, really good female. Excellent place to start. Young lady here in second brings us a really maternal, deep-bodied, loose-structured kind of female that you just I like her cow look. Has more mass than the heifer in third. Really like how she ties it together. Like her at her knee. Nice female there in second. Young man in third. A sharp-necked one just runs out of gas in comparison to those two ahead of him. Needs more mass, more flank. Still a sharp-looking, square-ended kind of female. Another broody kind of one here in fourth, a wide, dense-bodied one. Not as much look as those cattle that go above her, just a really wide, balanced kind of female. Needs a few more extras to move up on those cattle above her. Young lady here turning the corner next. A bigger framed kind of one that is a little better looking. I think she gets a little high in her tailhead, a little washy in her loin, maybe get a little straighter up front too, but still a long pattern, square-hipped one with some look. Young lady here coming next, a wide-bodied, wide-ended one. Need to change how she goes off either end of her skeleton, make her a little more relaxed there at her ankle. Young lady here turning next with the white flanked female. Didn't have the best partner out here. Heifer gets just a little plainer. Doesn't have as much shape when you step in behind the cattle. Nice female, make a nice cow. Young lady that rounds us out, a wide-ended, wide-bodied one. Need to improve her structure off either end of her skeleton to move up in this group. Congrats.
She said November. All right, what you got? What you got?
Almost done with this competition. One eight two.
182, 5 what?
5 first boy, second 8 and 9.
This is class 7. Oh my God. Third and final call, class 8 and 9. Percentage Simmental's third and final call, class 8 and 9.
Third and final call, class 8 and 9. Percentage Simmental's third and final call, class 8 and 9. This is your first call, class 10. First call, class 10.
First call, class 10. Percentage Simmental's first call, class 10. Getting into the heat now.
Results of Class 5 of your percentage Simmental females. In first place goes entry number 402, SBC Primrose 345N, exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima. Second place, and also your Bred-Known class winner, goes to entry number 404, M.A. Fanny at 115, exhibited by Macy Adderholm of Jeromesville. Third place, entry number 400, Hall's Keepin' the Faith, exhibited by Clint Wilt of Bloomingburg. Fourth place goes to entry number 406, exhibited by Lee Morrow of Covington. Fifth place, entry number 405, exhibited by Madison Young of Belmont. Sixth place, entry number 399, exhibited by Kayla Ayers of Nashport. Seventh place, entry number 401, exhibited by Lauren Mitch. Eighth place, entry number 403, exhibited by Braylee Houseworth.
Get our class of May percentages lined up, and the young lady here is going to lead us off. One that I really like, this heifer, from her chest back there in her flank. I think she excels the heifer in second right there. And then on top of it, I think she's awesome looking, handles her spine really well, starts to pick up just a nickel back there in her tailhead, but when she's pulled the lead, she gets around really nice. Lots of muscle, lots of shape. Nice female to lead us off in here. Young lady here in second. One that when they hit the ring initially, I thought she was pretty competitive with the heifer right above her. Really swoopy bodied, ties her neck high up there on her blade. One that gets a little loose there at the base of her chest and wants to cut up there back in her twist just a little bit. Like to change her head and throat latch just a nickel as well, but still a big bone, sound, deep bodied kind of female to go second. A nice balanced black and white one goes second, huge through the center portion of her body. Gets just a little too frail to compete with those cattle above her, but I still think a nice kind of brood cow. Same can be said here about the black one. Needs to balance just a hair better from her chest back there in her flank, clean that underline up. But I still think one that's sound and functional, has some shape and width about her when you get behind the cattle. Same can be said about the red one, a wide, shapely one. Need to see her move just a hair better off of her rear end to be more competitive, but still an up-headed, shapely kind of female to round us out. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 10, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 10. Your Class 7 results. In first place goes to Tag 410 CMCK Miss Remy N23, exhibited by Macy Miller of Carroll, Ohio. Second place, entry number 408, Bachman Farms Malibu N1, exhibited by Lauren Heimerl of Johnstown. Third place, entry number 411, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Fourth place, and your Bred-Known class winner goes to entry number 407, exhibited by Porter Beck of Edison. Fifth place, entry number 409, exhibited by Evelyn Kidd of Whipple. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025. Third and final call, Class 10, percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 10.
Three Aprils here in this class, and the young lady here in the green shirt's going to lead us off. A heifer that's really wide and shapely when you get off to a 3/4 of them. big boned and has a nice look about her. I'm not going to tell you she travels just perfect out here. She wants to come up a little short in her step, but one that just has a lot of quality when she's parked right here at the stand. Maybe works up in that tailhead just a little bit as well, but I still think so much shape and power and bone, she has to lead us off. Young man comes with his baldy next, a deep-bodied, really maternal kind of female, one that maybe doesn't have as much power or natural substance as the one that goes in front of her, gets a little frailer at the surface, but she's a smooth-shouldered, smooth-built kind of female. A red female that rounds us out, has some power and some shape, need to change her joint work just a little bit to let her be more competitive. Nice class. Congrats.
Did you get the placings on that? What is it? 312.
First call, Class 11, percentage Simmental's first call, Class 11. Second call, class 11, percentage Simmental, second call, class 11.
Well, what a dilemma we have here on these three. The young lady up front, I think when we put the cattle in motion, she wins this class. She's the most flexible in her spine. She stays collected inside her skeleton, and she goes off her front end a hair better than the heifer in second. With that said, the heifer in second is sharper in her lines. She's awesome down her back. She's awesome out her hip. big at the surface. I just wish she was a hair more coordinated off either end of her skeleton. She needs to reach a little better off her front end and try to get there just a little bit easier off her rear end. This heifer's, when she's parked like this, her presence is hard to deny, but she just doesn't move as nice as the heifer that goes above her. Young lady in third gets there, just one that looks like a cow, huge bodied, really opened up when you get in behind the cattle. Probably doesn't go just perfect as well, wants to come up just a little bit in the middle of her spine, but wide-ended and really, really maternal in her look. The heifer that comes fourth, one that's dense-bodied and wide-ended and big-boned, wants to pick up in her tailhead and duck in her loin, get a little uncoordinated off either end of her skeleton as well. The young lady that comes next, a moderate, complete one, doesn't have a big hole, reaches really nice, so off all four corners, just runs out of extras to run up in that group of really nice four cattle that lead this class off. The red heifer with some quality, some shape, and some dimension, really nice set of feet on her. I just wish she'd use her joints above them just a little bit better, use her hock, maybe drop her down on that twist just a little bit as well. Heifer that comes next, a little bigger, harder kind of female. Lots of presence and look, love her head and her ear set. One that just kind of runs out of body, doesn't balance up as nice as those cattle that go above her. Young lady that comes next, a big-bodied, wide-ended, long-spined one. Just gets a little plainer up there about her head and her neck. Maybe has just a little extra condition on her for this stage as well, but a maternal kind of female there. Young man comes next, a moderate framed one, wants to duck her pins when she gets pulled to lead, has a little extra there at the base of her chest, and another bigger, a little bit harder kind of female to round us out, long spined and nice looking, just needs more cow to be more competitive. Congratulations.
Results of Class 9 of your early yearling heifers. In first place goes to entry number 417, S&S Haggard Karma, 525N, exhibited by Carly Sanders of Leesburg, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 422, Harris Diamond Gal, 53, exhibited by Naomi Fennig of Coldwater. Third place goes to entry number 418, Elman Steer My Heart, exhibited by Kate Liggett of Denison. Fourth place, entry number 424, exhibited by Grace Singris of Coldwater. Fifth place, entry number 415, exhibited by Ella Elliott of Patriot, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 416, Avery Heimrell. Seventh place, entry number 423, Ella Reed. Eighth place, entry number 421, Elise Fennig. Ninth place, entry number 420, Gus Wilt. And 10th place, entry number 419, Piper Heil. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females born January 1st through February 28th, 2025. This is your third and final call, Class 11. Third and final call, Class 11, percentage Simmentals.
Well, it took me some time to get this sorted out in my head here. The young lady in the purple ends up going to lead us off. I think this thing is the donor cow. Huge legs, huge feet, really flexible, really long-hipped, long-bodied. She's not as exotic as the heifer that's right behind her. But if we weighed them, this thing would outweigh her by quite a little bit. She is wide and dense, huge-footed. She looks like she's going to go out and raise them. Really, really nice one to lead us off. Young man in second, sharp-looking, huge-legged, really big down around her ankle. Things I really, really like about that heifer. I think she comes up a little short when she's pulled the lead. I think she misses her print by 4 or 5 inches, and then wants to tuck up, just collect her hock and tuck up inside herself just a little bit when she goes, but so exotic, so good looking. Have to appreciate a lot about that thing. The red one, she just kind of kept hanging on out here. Really fresh there. Really nice donor cow look about her. Gets around the ring adequate, huge barreled, really wide up high. Starts to taper down low in comparison to some of those cattle that went before, runs out of stifle. But I think one that you'd have to appreciate the donor cow look that thing brings to the table. Young lady here in fourth, a moderate framed, really dense bodied one that gets around the ring really nice. Just runs out of extra topside shape. That extra wow factor that those 3 ahead of her had, this one just kind of runs out of that, but a really good functional one there in fourth. The young man, when this thing's parked, she is striking. She has a really, really nice look, clean about her lines, really good balance. When she's pulled the lead is where we'd like to change this one. Wants to come apart in her loin, a little uncomfortable how she handles the surface with her ankle, but wants to rock up there in the front third of her spine. Young lady's Baldy comes next, is a little bit the same. She's big boned and she's got some exotic pieces. One that I'd like to see her handle her spine and her wheels just a little bit better to move up in this group. Young lady comes next, just a real basic one that's sound and has some look and some body, just starts to run out of extras in that next group of them, needs more wow factor to move up. Big stout one here comes next. Like to change her back there in her udder just a little bit, refine those teats, maybe fix her chest and pick her up there behind her blade, but a big stout, decent looking one there coming next. A stout one here next. We need to change her joint work to get her moved up. Lots of shape, lots of width. Well, still has some look, just need to work on those joints a little bit to get her moved up. Young man coming next, a moderate cow kind of one. Need to change how she goes off her front end, tuck her chest back in her and balance her up just a little bit to move her on up. And the young lady that rounds us out in an exceptional class, a long-bodied, shapely kind of one with some look, needs more bone, more substance to move up in this group. Really nice class. Congratulations. Sorry, it took me forever.
Final call. All first and second place percentage Simmentals to the Makeup Arena. Final call. All first and second place percentage Simmentals to the Makeup Arena. All bred and owned percentage females to the Makeup Arena. All bred and owned percentage Simmental females to the Makeup Arena. Results of Class 10 of your Junior Yearling percentage Simmental females. In first place was entry number 432, Campbell Co. Annie 250, exhibited by Whitney Emmerling of South Vienna. Second place goes to entry number 428, Miss Rose Bailey 96N, exhibited by Owen Knopfziger of Lausanne. Third place, entry number 433, Bachman Farms Malibu N3, exhibited by Hadley Harold of Utica. Fourth place, entry number 426, exhibited by Piper Shepherd of Napoleon. Fifth place, entry number 434, exhibited by Garrett Beal. Sixth place, entry number 425, exhibited by Reese Toller. Seventh place, entry number 430, Sadie Moore. Eighth place, entry number 435, Logan Bricksneeder. Ninth place, entry number 427, Abby Woolball. 10th place, entry number 431, exhibited by Zane Zweifel. And 11th place, entry number 429, Taylor Cole.
Can't stop, can't think about it. Definitely don't pause, make it awkward. It's really bad. So at Louisville, there's a breed, the Zebu's, and all the people come out of Louisiana, so they all have French Cajun names, like the EUX and all the French last names. Oh yeah, it is horrible. I mean, it's Cajun, Creole, it's all the it's all French derived stuff. It is. No, you just try your best and just plow through it. They know you're going to screw it up, so it is what it is.
Well, I took these last three a lap, but I don't want anyone to question that I ever doubted this one was going to start. This animal's pretty impressive to me at her age to be this fresh and this tidy, still travel how she needs to travel. Really nice back there in her teat placement, and her udder thing gets out and uses her joints and has a really, really appealing look to her. Super fresh, really sound, really dense, really good heifer to lead off this class. Young lady comes next with a big boned one that just outmoved the one in third. Long-sided, decent looking, really nice kind of female, just not enough horsepower to run up there with that one that wins. Young lady here in third, a wide-ended, dense-bodied one. I'd just like to see her get out and go just a little bit better to move up on that one that goes ahead of her. Really appreciate her shape and her muscle and her density. Young lady comes next, one that's long-bodied and has some shape, gets a little weak in that loin, still uses her feet and legs nice, just need to fix her there in her loin and tuck her chest in. A young man's red one that balances nice, she's uniform from chest to flank, has a nice look up front, needs more wow factor to move up on those others. And the young man that rounds us out, a big-bodied, broody kind of female, need to tidy her up there in her crest, tuck her chest in, make her balance just a hair better, but still good livestock, nice brood cow. Really good class, really good heifer on the front end. Congratulations.
Your Class 11 results of your senior yearlings. In first place goes to entry number 437, Cowan's Rhea, M232, exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima. Second place goes to entry number 438, Senate Miss Missouri, exhibited by Brooklyn Berry of Mount Vernon. Third place, entry number 436, Elman Steer My Heart In, exhibited by Kate Liggett of Denison. Fourth place, entry number 441, exhibited by Avery Young of Belmont. Fifth place, entry number 439, exhibited by Coy Ellington. Sixth place, and your bred known class winner, goes to entry 440, exhibited by Luke Smith. Once again, all bred and owned. Percentage Simmental females, please make your way into the makeup arena. All bred and owned. Percentage Simmental females, please make your way into the makeup arena.
What is Kate doing out there?
Now exhibiting in the ring is the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Percentage Simmental female. At this time, we'd like to reintroduce our judge today, Mr. Mitchell Udell. Mitchell and his wife, Hannah, reside in Sioux City, Iowa, with their two sons, Brecken and Baylor. Following his time at Iowa State University, Mitchell returned home to help manage Udell Cattle Company. Since then, he has played a key role in expanding the family's cow-calf program into one of the nation's premier purebred Angus and Simmental operations. The Udell family has been fortunate to raise cattle that have earned banners at every major national show, most recently the Supreme Champion Heifer at the North American and the National Western. They take great pride in watching those elite heifers go on to produce the next generation of champions. Mitchell has had the privilege of judging cattle shows across the United States. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Mitchell Udell.
He's going to pick two from the bottom three classes. I think it's going to be Whitney or McCoy. I think.
Well, we get our percentage drive back out here, and it is everything I thought it was going to be. You know, we got to going through these classes, and it was one after another. You know, and in some of those classes, I'm sure there's heifers people would have switched and done different things, and moved some boxier type heifers up over some stuff I used, but they were so good, I got to do what I wanted. I got to kind of settle in on a kind of cattle I like. I like donor cows, but I like them to look like show heifers too. And you start going through this lineup, and the first one that I'd say is really, really in the mix out here is the Fallborn here that the young man in the plaid has. So big boned and wide ended and square. Awesome when she's led. One that, I don't know, in comparison to a few others, maybe she's not as neat up there about her head as some of them cattle back there in the back of the lineup. But I think one that just has a lot of upside. Big, stout pieces, still travels, donor cow in the making right there. Nice one out of that fall-born division. And as we started working back, the young lady that wins the next class has one that's moderate and dense and gets around the ring nice. We talked in class. We'd like to fix her tail head and her loin just a little bit, but I still think a nice one. Nice baldy out of that next class. One that has lots of shape. Doesn't go quite good enough to be really, really competitive out here, but a dense, wide-ended one. And then we got here to the young lady in the purple, won that class just on motion, gets around the ring so nice, lots of look, really balances up well. Is she as wide and wowy and crispy lined as that heifer that was second to her? Absolutely not. But I do think she's more flexible. I think she gets out and uses her joints and her spine just a little bit better than that heifer that was second to her. Nice heifer there out of that class. Young lady that came out of the next class won another tough one. Huge legs, really long-hipped, burly kind of female. One that has donor cow written all over her. Looks like she's going to go out and generate. Really, really nice one. Is she as sexy as some of the other ones out here? No, she's not, but I think it's good enough. I think her neck's good enough and tie's nice enough. Really, really dense, long-sided, heavy-duty one there. And just when you thought you were going to get off easy and get to use those bred heifers out of those two classes, then this senior yearling walked in, and it's over. This thing's awesome. Huge-bodied, awesome-looking, fresh, gets around awesome, showed to a T. This thing's awesome. Her udder's awesome. She's the champ. Congratulations.
Champion.
Congratulations to your grand champion percentage Simmental female out of class number 11 is entry 437 Cowens Rhea M232 exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima. In your reserve, grand champion percentage Simmental female out of class number 10 goes to entry 432 Campbell Co. Annie 250 exhibited by Whitney Emmerling of South Vienna. Congratulations to our percentage Simmental exhibitors. All bred known percentage Simmental exhibitors, please stick around. We will be picking your top 5 bred known females.
Jocelyn, are they going to go right into that Supreme bred known or do photos then to Supreme? Kim, you guys want to go right to Supreme bred known or do photos then Supreme bred known? Piper Heil.
Piper Heil, please report to the makeup arena. Piper Heil, please report to the makeup arena.
waiting on somebody? No, she's in. Okay. Hi, Elizabeth. This is, we're almost done. So this is the
Get our bred and owned lineup in here, and it's still an impressive group of cattle. Really, my hat's off to these kids for raising and bringing these cattle back to town. Same deal. I'm going to pick you 5 of them. Congratulations to all the percentage Simmental exhibitors.
yeah, because they're almost done. Who is this? Macy who?
Congratulations, your champion bred and owned percentage Simmental female on a class number 5 goes to entry 404 M.A. Fanny and 115, exhibited by Macy Ederholt of Jeromesville.
Who? Avery Heimel. Class 2.
Your reserve champion bred and owned percentage Simmental female at a class number 2 is tag number 390, exhibited by Avery Heimerl of Johnstown.
Who's third? Porter.
Third overall, percentage Simmental bred and owned female goes to entry 407, exhibited by Porter Beck of Edison.
Fourth.
Fourth overall, percentage Simmental bred and owned female goes to entry number 440, Luke Smith from Asheville, Ohio.
Who's fifth?
And fifth overall, percentage Simmental bred and owned female goes to entry 392, exhibited by Kennelly Conley of Cable, Ohio.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brian Baldridge, Director of the Ohio Department of Agriculture, and we love to bring some special guests to our different livestock barns here in agriculture in Ohio. And we've got a great special guest. I want to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Jim Tressel.
Thank you, Director Baldridge. On behalf of Governor DeWine, we just wanted to stop by and congratulate all of the folks who are here competing, give you your applause for all the training, all the time, all the lessons of discipline you've learned. Congratulations to the family for your support. This is what makes our state fair so special. It's fun to compete. It's fun to meet new people. It's fun to get together and enjoy and remember just what a great state we live in and what blessings we have. So enjoy the week. Best wishes to everyone. God bless all of you, and go Bucks.
Thanks, guys.
Attention to the barns, all champion and reserve champion bred and owned females. Please make your way to the Makeup Arena. The exhibitors are as follows. In the Angus division, Carly Sanders, Griffin Gaylor. From your Hereford division, Delaney Chester and Tessa Meyer. From your purebred Simmental division, Callie Adderholt and Brooklyn Berry. Please bring your projects to the Makeup Arena immediately.
we get our champion bred and owned lineup back out here, and it's pretty impressive for these kids to have bred and raised and done the work and gotten these heifers back to the state fair. It's impressive. This is a really high quality lineup of heifers. This is probably the last time I'll be to the mic. I just want to say thanks to all the staff for helping in the ring and having me come and judge the first wave of heifers. It's been a blast. So great cattle all day. I'll pick you a couple of champion bred and owns. Congratulations to all these exhibitors here today.
Congratulations to your Supreme Champion Bred and Owned female. Out of your Angus division is exhibited by Carly Sanders. And your reserve Supreme Bred and Owned female out of your Simmental division is exhibited by Callie Adderholt. Congratulations once again to all of our junior heifer exhibitors.